Shekpa Chondende Dechin Shekpa Dra Chompa Yang Dakpa Tsokpe Sangye Rikpa Rang Shapsu Tenpa Deva Shekpa Chikten Kenpa Keru Bebe Kalu Yorwa Lana Mepa Larang Minam Gitunpa Sangye Chondende Pegyawa Shakya Tupala Chakselo Chodo Kyapsu Chiwo Kanse Kani Tsoke Lanse Sachen de la Compadun Borne Ngani Jikten Dina Choche Sung Tse Kepa Kyola Chak Selo Nanda Kunga Chodo Choksang Dama Yeshe Gyatso Se Gelun Poja Rapa Jikten Sumna Lame Wa Gunpo Chomye Kyola Chak Selo Chakse Chodang Den Meta Chel Selo Rava Kyola Chak Selo Tutre Kyola Chapa Summa Sumachi Nyame Kechen Kyola Chak Selo Gunpo Tuche Cherenpa Tamche Kyola Tenpa Po Sona Yonten Gyatso Shing Tishin Shela Chak Selo Tapa Choda Chawa Kyowa 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 Chikdo Danda Shokyo Pa Shikyo Chola Chak Selo Jodan Joe Lam Yang Te Lapa Da La Rap Tu Ne Shingi Dampa Yonten Ten Kenten La Yang Chak Selo Sangye Chola Chak Selo Kyofa Chola Chak Selo Kenten Shela Chak Selo Sumla Tako Kyu Chak Selo Chak Jok Patam Shela Shindu Kunye Chak Ki Le Pae Nam Kundu Chodo Debe Chagak Selo Dipa Che Yam Dita Che Xiawa Penzong Tsokwa Che Rangi Senne Yong So Du Dine Sangye Tenpa Yin Kamara Red Mame Tang Gyuma Silva Chupo Tang Milam Lok Dang Chin Tabo Luje Chon Lam Dita Tang Sunam Di Tam Che Sipa Yi Kopang Tom Ne Kyuki Jatu Te Kadang nadang chiwe lap chope, sipe chole drowa drowa sho. Sa shibu. Ro. Me o ri a li shi ye a sa ye shi mi te bu a i ro ma a shi na Chö an sho je tsun la dan pa kye nam ye chö na yen se chu tsi ti ta tam be du de se ma sa ye chu ki Yatayami.
Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome. Thank you for joining us for today's sessions. Again, I would like to start with a short breathing meditation, followed by generating good intention, motivation for being here. If possible, try to keep your back straight. That's always helpful to be more alert. And try to keep yourself relaxed, comfortable. And feel the weight of your body on cushions, chair. And let your breath flow naturally as you're breathing in and out. And try to observe the breath mindfully and be aware of that, keeping your awareness with the breath. Once your mind is kind of quiet and settled down, we can try to reflect, contemplate, and feel how fortunate and lucky we are to have this precious human life. With so much potential, full of potentials. Life that is more suitable to practice the Dharma. Even though being in samsara, there's a lot of challenges, problems, difficulties. But in terms of potential, it has incredible potential to achieve not only your true inner lasting happiness and peace, but also to be able to help and lead other sentient beings to free from all the suffering, lead them to ultimate happiness. Not only is full of potentials, to actualize that potentials through the practice of Dharma. With this life, we are the best conditions to do that. Not only so precious with so much potential, also is rare. Not easy to find again and again. Therefore, I must not waste this great opportunity and make most of it. Make my life more meaningful with a greater and higher purpose. And the way to make our life more meaningful with greater purpose and higher purpose is to use it to practice the Dhamma. Not only Dharma, to use it to practice the Bodhisattvas practice path. Not only we should practice the Dharma, we should practice now. without delaying and postponing as much as we can. Because we cannot escape the death. It will come one day. Not only it will come one day, we just doesn't know when it's going to come. There's absolutely no guarantee that it will not come in next 10 years, 5 years, or even in this year, or even this month, this week. Just like so many other people and beings face the death without any warning, suddenly. It could also happen to us too. We don't know how much time we have in this world with this light. Therefore, I must start practicing now without much delay as much as possible. Make a strong determination to really put more effort to engage in practice of Dharma without so much delay. And in order to practice Dharma, we need to be reminded of the importance of practicing. We need to be inspired, encouraged time to time. And we can do that, to continue to listen, read, study. For that very reason, I'm going to engage in the listening, engage in discussion, reflecting, contemplating, practice. So that we can leave imprint in our mind, the imprint of the Dharma. So even if we do not have any realizations, at least it makes more easier in the future. May all of us coming together, giving our precious time, energy, resources, to come here to listen, engage in discussion, reflecting, contemplating. May all of this become cause and conditions to generate and increase our loving kindness, compassion, both to the mind and wisdom. So we can be a source of peace and happiness for oneself and others. And may it be cause and condition to achieve our highest potential, the fully awakened state of Mother Tara, so not only we can accomplish our highest goal, but also accomplish highest goals of others by helping all sentient beings to liberate from all their suffering, cause of suffering. And for the success of practice without any or much hindrance, obstacles, external, internal. We make request to Guru Mother Tara to support and help us in our practice, in our path. We do the refuge in Bodhicitta. Geshe Sherab Ki Shonam La Shanchu Patu Dani Kyapsu She Dagi Kriso Ki Pe Sonam Ki Dola Penje Sangye Dupa Sho Sangye Sherab Ki Shonam La Shanchu Patu Dani Kyapsu She Dagi Jiso Ki Pe Sonam Ki Dola Penje Sangye Dupa Sho Sangye Sherab Sogi Shonam La Chanchu Patu Dani Kyapsu She Dagi Jiso Ki Pe Sonam Ki Dola Penje Sangye Dupa. So today and tomorrow we'll be discussing and talking a little bit about the Green Tara, Mother Green Tara, especially Mother Green Tara. And also we will be doing some practice together um, um, by following this particular short practice of Green Tara from the FMT. Tara, in meaning the mother liberator, um, and again, there are different way of understanding Mother Tara, on different levels. On one level, Tara is known as the female aspect of the Buddha, in terms of physical aspect, form, but in essence, it's all the Buddha for enlightened beings activities of the body, speech, and mind. The energy of all the enlightened Buddhas, out of their compassion, out of their wisdom, then to help and benefit others through three doors. There's the energy, the activities to help other sentient beings. That inner qualities, of all the Buddhas manifesting in that form. And even, okay, yeah. So in some explanation, the color of her body, kind of dark green, it composes, the dark green composes many colors. The dark green is made out of many colors, putting together, mixed many colors, many other natural colors, and that comes. So it kind of represents all the Buddha's qualities, inner qualities, coming together. It's the compassion, the wisdom, the ability to help, and all this manifesting in that energies, into that form, like even different taras, with the different colors signifies different actions, white tara, peaceful, red tara, more kind of wrathful, yellow tara, more of what I call give extensions, and so forth, But again, green tara, especially with that dark, it composes all these different activities and quality of that. Also, from one of the stories from how Mother Tara's come in stories, is also very interesting. The story of Avalokiteshvara, the Buddha of compassion, when he was on the path, Bodhisattvas, So he helped to liberate so many sentient beings, from the samsara and the suffering of samsara, and after having liberated so many of them over so much time, when he looked back, it feels that nothing has done, because sentient beings are limitless, countless. It's like ocean. From the ocean, with one cup of water, you put thousands and millions and billions. You are taking away billions of cup of water from the oceans. But when you look, it feels like nothing, because the ocean is so big. Because the ocean is so big, even the cup, billions of cup of water you are taking from the oceans, or even buckets of billions of that, still the ocean seems it doesn't reduce anything because of the vastness of the ocean. Similarly, beyond the vastness of sentient beings, even though so many sentient has been liberated, it just feel like still not much progress has been made. And in the moment, he almost got a little bit kind of discouraged, almost feel like, it feel like it's impossible to liberate all sentient beings, that the wish he had, and that kind of little bit kind of desperate in that moment, and it's a tear roll. And from that tear rolling, then Tara manifests, and Tara manifests, and then Tara says, don't be despair, don't give hope, I will help to carry the activities of the Bodhisattva Avalokiteshvara to liberate and to help sentient beings, So again, from that, you also there is the understanding Tara is as someone who take the compassion into actions, carry the compassion into actions, coming from the Bodhisattva tears of the compassions. So it's the compassion from the compassion that carry into the actions. And so then again, that is what her qualities and she represents, to make things happen. Sometimes we might have the compassion, but we might not be able to carry the actions and make things happen. Even though in terms of compassion, you have compassion, you have sense of empathy, you have sense of concern and care about someone, but in terms of really acting and carrying the action to make differences, And so it is the Tara, she represents that makes things happen, that makes things happen, that makes things move, and it also represents our own quality of that, our own quality of that. And also there's a story of her, Tara, when she was in the path herself before she became enlightened, when she was in the path at the very beginning stages in her path, she was born as a princess, and then she made a lot of offerings, for days, weeks, months, years, so much offering to the Buddha, Dharma, Sanghas, so much incredible amount of offering with a strong devotion, faith, as well as training herself in the path, practice, other form of practice. To keep it short, the stories. And then, the monks, where she was made offering, they asked her, she should pray, to have a male body in the future next time, that she can continue to practice her path and she can continue to help and benefit sentient beings. Again, there is a reason for that. And you see in many prayers, in Buddhist prayers, praying to have a male's bodies. I think it was in the past, especially a long time ago, it was much more easier to be male in a male-dominated society. It's much more harder to be a woman in a male-dominated society, because you are not allowed to do a lot of things as a woman by the society. In such society, women are not allowed to do many things. Even in terms of practice, sometimes, in certain time, in certain, and so therefore, it's much more easier if you come as a male in such environment, in such society environment. And I think that is one of the reasons why you see those prayers is no more same, I think, because, it's becoming less and less male dominant society. Is more and more, kind of becoming more and more equal. Of course, has it that there? Maybe not, but still isn't towards that. Is compared to many years, about 1,000 years, even compared to 100 years. So I think that is the reason why you find those kind of prayers. We have to understand the context of those prayers, and that is also what the monks taught her, to pray. And again, as Sunda Lama, explained, the reason why it is, possibly, in earlier times, for survivals, your physical strength is needed to hunt, and so then male play more bigger role in the family, huntings, and getting the resources for the family to survive. And that is how they become more kind of dominating in the families, But that has changed with the education, everything. It's not about physical strong now. It's more of your mind and your education and your mind. And so therefore, that role should change, and His Holiness even said, now the women should take the more in charge and take the more involved as a leaders, and that because generally speaking, the woman has biologically, even to some extent, more compassionate nature, in general speaking. And that we need more leaders who are more compassionate in our world, our time, in our society. But anyway, so I just wanted to clarify a little bit, because not only in this, but you see quite many prayers and the context. And so, of course, there is not necessarily any more of that, So when the monks, told her, and one, she said, this idea of male, female, gender is merely label, merely imputed by the minds. There is no real inherently gender, male and female. The idea or the concept of male merely imputed. And secondly, also she said, she see that so many practitioners who are practicing and helping benefit sentient beings liberating in a male form. And she would rather actually take a female form and continue in her path and continue to help and benefit sentient beings. So, and she made that kind of strong commitments, that she will continue to throw on her path until she achieved enlightenment, that she will continue to come as a woman and continue to practice on the path as a woman and continue to help and benefit sentient beings as a woman. So sometimes they say, she's the first feminist in a way. But anyway, again, it is incredible courageous for her in that kind of environment society, time, and she choose, not to choose the easy way out in a way, but decided to take and come in that form where it is more challenging in that kind of environment. And so again, she represents incredible courageous, confidence and courageous, And again, that is what she represents, our inner qualities of courage and confidence as well. And of course, it also definitely, so all when you take all those different stories of her at the very beginning of her path and then later and achieving, it all kind of lead to the same thing that she represents this inner quality of confidence, courageous, and activities, to make things move, happenings, And therefore, she is also, Mother Tara is, very powerful to clear interference and obstacles that by relying on the Mother Tara, by relying on the Mother Tara, that to clear and the hindrance and obstacles, any kind of hindrance, any kind of obstacles, and especially in relation to our hindrance and obstacle in our spiritual path and for our spiritual path. And so many great practitioners have relied on Mother Tara in their practice and to accomplish their path and in their practice. one thing we need to understand when we engage in a practice, in the daily practice, such as Dharma practice, by taking the Dharma as our idam of the deities, meditational deities, we rely on that deity, to invoke the deity, the deity which is, again, particular enlightened qualities or energies in particular form, expect, Avalokiteshvara, the compassion qualities and energies of the enlightened compassion, all the enlightened compassionate quality or energy in the form of Avalokiteshvara, different Avalokiteshvara forms, in terms of enlightened wisdom, invoking and manifesting them into the form of different manjushris, the enlightened, power, manifesting and in the form of different Masapanis, and so forth. And so in same way, Tara is manifestation of all the Buddha's enlightened activities. So we invoke those deities which are the manifestation of those inner qualities of enlightened beings. And through invoking them and engaging in practice in relation to that, it also invokes our own inner qualities that represent that. So we also have the seed or the baby compassion, the seed of compassion, the seed of wisdom, the seed of power, the seed of activities. We all have those inner qualities in certain level, even it's very small, baby seed. So when you invoke that, so it is also invoking those inner qualities. You are relating with those inner qualities to increase and improve those inner qualities yourself. So it's not just like, asking everything there to give me, but actually invoking those qualities to actually, through the rains of that, the clouds and the rain from that enlightened beings, whatever form, and then, it gives rise to growth of our own seed within those qualities within ourselves. So that is one of the purpose of, as one of the masters says, Mother Tara is a flawless expressions of, emptiness, awareness, and compassion, inseparable of, the flawless expression of, inseparable of emptiness, awareness, and compassions, and we use that Tara's practice in invoking and in visualization and so forth as a mirror to reflect our own those qualities, our own compassion, our own wisdom, our own awareness, to understand our own qualities. It's like that you see those qualities in the most highest level of those qualities. You visualize and you see and you invoke the highest level of those inner quality in that. And as a mirror, by seeing that, and you see, oh, I also have those qualities. It's not fully developed at the moment, not fully manifested completely, but it is like it's seeing, to help you to see your own those quality, to cultivate and develop more of that. So again, yeah. And I think, of course, we are relating with Tara now, but that is everyday practice. We should be aware of that. It's not only about sometimes, we ask for some kind of help, and it's all about receiving the bless or receiving the help, and then giving the help. It's more to do with training your mind. It's more to do with, recognizing your own those qualities, and then cultivating and improving those qualities yourself, and becoming yourself the Tara, becoming yourself the Avalokiteshvara, becoming yourself the Manjushri, becoming yourself the Vasarpani. I think it's important to recognize and understand sometimes. Otherwise, it might almost become like, even though we don't believe in creator God, in Buddhism, Buddha rejected that ideas that there is all powerful, mighty creator of everything. We reject that. At the same time, sometimes we might practice as though almost like similar way, and they can be, and but if we don't understand what is the main purpose of engaging those daily practice, otherwise sometimes the way we practice become almost like praying to the Almighty Creator God, and then when your prayer has no answer, immediately you started to doubt whole about the practice. You started to lose faith. Your mind started to wonder how those practices work, whether there's really this, is there really those practice, and because that is, we don't really understood true meaning of those practice, how it should practice and how it works. Yeah. So So there are many different aspects of the Tara, as many of you are aware, some of the most popular Taras is the green Tara and white Tara, but again, there's red Tara, 21 Taras with different colors, different implement that they hold. And again, each of those Taras represent different qualities, and according to some traditions, and Adisha's tradition, also 21 Tara has quite a few different traditions, Adisha's traditions, Surya Gupta's tradition, some other tradition. In some traditions, they're all kind of in the same posture, one face, two hands, and then holding different implements. But in some traditions, then even some have more more hands, and colors and different. So again, sometimes there is different traditions, because different great masters, they have different visions of those. They have this through their practice meditations, and then they have visions of those deities, those Buddhas. And sometimes the vision they had might be slightly than previously someone had, and so because of that, sometimes then you can see slightly kind of difference. And yeah, and then also most time most of Tara are according to the action tantaras, but also there's Tara in highest yoga tantra, Chidaman Tara. You can see that her in the highest yoga tantra as well, but among all of them, most kind of well-known, most kind of popular in terms of having practice is the green Tara and white Tara. And green Tara has been a practice that has been practiced by earliest masters, great masters, in terms of some, of course, they might have practiced, but maybe, you cannot say whether they have practiced or not, because you don't see any mentioning in their writings, or they haven't found anything related with that. But with certain masters, there's clear, Narova, the great Narova, he has the vision of Taras, and then through that, many other great masters. And then Adisha's main deity was his main deities that he relied on was Tara, and Tara was even in terms of decisions, a lot of decisions he made, important decisions, he relied on Tara. When he was, for example, even the request when he was requested to come to Tibet, to help to revive the Buddhism to its purity, he wasn't sure whether he should accept the invitation and go or not, because in those times you can imagine what the journey might be, and he wasn't young at that time, and also in India, the monastery where he was, Vikramshila, he was in India in the earliest, that there are two universities, because Nalanda and Vikramshila are two of them. And he also, according to some, he also studied at Nalanda as well, but later he was in Vikramshila. And when he was requested, also the monasteries, they didn't want him to go. They needed him. He was one of the greatest masters at that time. But when he heard how much hardship in Tibet they went through, Changzhou and Alama were the two, in order to invite him, even one of them give up his life. Lama way, and so when Adisha heard about all the story, he felt very bad, and he said, these are great bodhisattvas, and when those bodhisattvas, when they give up sacrifice their own life for the Dharma, and they request me to come, if I don't go, I will be breaking the bodhisattvas, even the vows, And so anyway, so he relied on Tara to get the advice, to make the decisions. And what he got, advice was, if you go to Tibet, it will be very beneficial. That was what he asked. Will it be beneficial, to take all the risk to go so far away, from very low land to be such a high land, totally different culture, food, everything's, and that it will be great beneficial. It will be great beneficial for the Dharma. It will be great beneficial for the people there. But your life will be a little bit shortened, If you remain in India, you will have more longer life. If you go there, your life will be shortened a little bit, but it will be beneficial. And so then he made the decision to go, and went, and then he spent his 17 years there, and passed in Tibet, and in Tibet, and he wrote the very famous The Lamb of the Path to Enlightenment, and so anyway, so I was going to say Tara was the Adisha's one of the main deity that he relied on to make even some of decisions in that way. And in Kadamba traditions that was started by Adisha and Domdamba, they are the founder of the Kadamba tradition, Adisha and his spiritual son, Domdamba. There's only 4 deities in Kadamba, Buddha Shakyamuni, because he's the founder of this Dharma, and Avalokiteshvara, the Buddha of compassion, Tara, the Buddha of enlightened activities, and which was also a main deity for Adisha, and then Vajrapani, to clear the obstacles, interference obstacle as well. Yeah, and normally, I'm not so sure why Manjushri was not included. Only that part. I haven't seen any comments or any commentaries on that. Normally, I would think Avalokiteshvara and Manjushri, because of the so importance of the compassion and the wisdom in our path. So anyway, but these are the 4 main deities in that. And then Lama Tsongkhapa, on top of those, and he adds some highest Yogatanda, deity, Vyasamaja, Jakasambara, and that, and then. So anyway, based on the Kadamba tradition. So here we are going to be more doing the practice in relation to the Grintara. And the main purpose of doing the practice, I already mentioned earlier, but of course, that is not the main purpose, but also, kind of what you call, not the main, but side. I don't know side. Is that also, Tara is, known for her help in, clearing the obstacle interference and the fear, and especially might go, the 8 external fear, 8 internal fears, again, when you have total conviction, true faith, devotion in Mother Tara, and when you do that, and do to, with your own practice and together, then definitely, many people have been able to clear obstacle and interference and free from those fears, so forth. In one of the great master, Taranada, around 17th, 18th centuries, I think he's Sakya master, one of great masters. He has a collections of the Taras. He has written a collections of Taras about Tara. And in that, of course, he has collected many different early source stories about Tara, as well as stories of how different people were rescued or liberated from different dangers and different fear and different obstacles by relying on the Tara. And there is a collection of that, and I don't think I'm going to kind of read all of those different stories of how different individuals, when they were encountering different danger, different fear, different type of obstacle interference, and they rely on Tara, and then somehow they were liberated or rescued, or they were free of the obstacle interference. I have a friend actually in the US. He has a very story to share, his own personal story. And he's devotee of Tara, One day he said, his cat got lost. Normally she comes back at certain times before dark. That day she didn't come, And so he was looking for her, and and then somehow, because close to the forest, so he was going quite far away into the forest, and it became very dark. And then something happened to his leg, something, whatever, not broke, but what he said, like when you become like this, sometimes you become that you have no power, what do you call, you cannot stand because it all become loose. Twisted maybe. His leg, his feet.
The cats?
No,
The
he.
men.
No. In that darkness when he was looking for that, and he springed there or twisted something, and he couldn't walk. He couldn't walk, He was unable to walk. And he didn't know where he's lost now in this forest. He couldn't see that, he couldn't figure out the direction, everything, because so dark, there's no way for him to look which direction which. And he, in that moment, desperate moment, he remember Tara, he make a invoke, and Tara came in his mind, and he saw that somehow there was light from nowhere, some kind of blue greenish light. He just followed that light, and he couldn't walk, so he was almost like, and he followed, and then finally he got to his house, and he was bleeding, and his family had to call emergencies, 9/11, and they took him and did fix and that. So again, that is, and then his faith in Tara grow even more stronger. He was devotee of Tara before and practicing, and for him, he's kind of unshakable in a way, and that was his experience, And in our time, I think probably there are many other people who might have similar experience. That is one of the things that I personally heard from someone in our time. And for him, he is sure it was the Tara, because there was no way, something he cannot explain, but there was some kind of light that showed him, and he just followed that path that actually led to his home, and that in that way he was able to save himself, and of course he truly believed it was Tara, because he thought of the Tara, he invoked him and asked for the help, whatever, So anyway, yeah, so that was kind of interesting. Yeah. Mm. So then going to the practice itself, I don't know whether everyone has that practice or not. You have extra booklet or some, if they have.
Can I have a very quick question?
Yes, please.
Like, just in terms of permission. So, I guess with different kinds of sadhanas, they will be like, okay. In short, my question is, for those who have not received empowerment, what kind of sadhanas can we practice?
Yeah, especially with the Kriya action tandaras, I think you can do, as long as you don't visualize yourself as the deity, without the initiations and empowerment, one cannot visualize as oneself as the deity, but generating in front, and then doing the sadhanas, many of the others part of the sadhana, it should be okay. Of course, there is an exception, like in Buddha Shakyamuni practice, even without the initiations, one can visualize as a Buddha Shakyamuni. There is certain practice in Lamrim, taking the result of the bodhicitta, and then visualizing oneself, the dissolving of the married field in oneself, and then oneself dissolving in emptiness, and then visualizing as the Buddha Shakyamuni, and then sending the outer bodhicitta, sending the visualization of sending the light and purifying and leading to the enlightenment. There is that practice, and they say it is necessarily not required. Even without initiation, one can do that, because it's more of sutra, related. I saw one another by another great teachers, Tangu Rinpoche, from the Kagyu lineage. And he also just passed away recently. And in one of his teachings on medicine Buddhas, he also says medicine Buddhas also one can do without initiation as well. And his explanation was similar. He said medicine Buddha is both Sutra and Tantra. It's not only exclusively Tantras. And therefore, so again, that is what I have read from, and I'm sure Rinpoche has some sources from where Rinpoche, So therefore, and I'm not sure Tara, whether she is also definitely has, like Siddhamani Tara is exclusively Tantra. The green Tara, I'm not 100% sure whether it's exclusively Tantra, or it could be both Tantra and Sutra. In Sutra, Mahayana teachings, sometimes they are presented as a bodhisattva, bodhisattva, Avalokiteshvara, bodhisattva, Manjushri, bodhisattva, Vasarpani, and add Tara as well, So, but anyway, I think regardless of that, to practice with the front generations, that should be okay, you know. But to go more depth, and to visualize oneself a deity and to have that divine pride and all of that, then one need initiations.
And then if those that have highest yoga tantra initiation of one deity, for example, can they then just also do that if it's Tara? Or you must have Tara's like specific highest yoga tantra initiation for this deity in order to do the self-generation?
You don't, there is like in green Tara, white Tara, you know, there's no highest yoga tantra in relation to them.
Okay.
There's what we call Jenang, you know, empowerment. And so you need to be one of the highest yoga tantra normally, and then you go to get the Jenang of those, you know, others. And Jenang means, Jesunawa means giving the permission to do the practice, you know, basically. And then with that, then one can do that, you know, if you have the Jenang, you know. In most cases, when they do the Jenang.
But if you have somebody have only this Jenang, it's also allowed or not allowed without the highest yoga tantra?
Yeah, I've seen some lamas says you can visualize, and some lamas says, you know, you need the highest yoga tantra and to visualize oneself. So again, I see two different kind of versions. Yeah. Yes, please.
My wood guru, he had the choice between giving me like a green Tara representation or a white Tara representation, and he chose the white Tara. I was just wondering if you could say a little bit, a few words on what is the white Tara and how is it different from the green Tara?
White Tara is more represent more qualities of longevities, you know, and harmonies, you know, kind of that qualities, you know, and healing, you know, for someone who needs kind of help and healings, you know, and in relation to Tara, then it's a green Tara is more related with that healing energies, and longevities with a good health and the longevities, you know. So she's one of those long life deities, you know, it's related with that particular kind of qualities. And also sometimes she's represented as a compassionate as well, you know. So those qualities, and especially someone who is trying to cultivate those qualities, you know, maybe they want to have more qualities or more qualities of and to heal themselves, heal others, you know, and to have good health and more longevities, you know, and then they rely on white Tara as a practice, green Tara, and green Tara more in general of clearing any kind of obstacle, hindrance, you know, and to cultivate the qualities of actions, the activities, you know. And in terms of activities, you know, there are in Tantra, there are 4 kind of actions to help and benefit sentient beings, to subdue or to help, to train sentient beings, peaceful activities, you know, expansion activities, empowering activities, and wrathful activities. And again, you know, so again, she represents all of those actions, all of those activities to where someone can be, you know, help with the peaceful activities, then peaceful aspect is shown, and peaceful activities is performed when it is needed. Someone need more to be helped, benefited through the actions of extensions, then that is, by showing that form and with that actions is to help and empowering in the Wrathful same way. And like yesterday we talked about, I think it's Yuya who and Jia who asked about the Wrathful aspect, and we talk about that why sometimes even it's coming from compassion, the action has to be a little bit tough, in order to be best help. And so, yeah. So it depends on individual. Sometimes your teachers, guru, you can rely on them and they can help you to, see and find out what they did might be more helpful in terms of your karmic relationship, or what kind of stronger relationship we might have, And in some cases, it is what kind of qualities that you are actually trying to cultivate and looking forward can be one. But also in the end, if we have really, truly strong faith, it could be with all in one Buddhas. There is a comment that Adisha made, he said, you Tibetans, have 100 deities, more than hundreds. You have so many Buddhas, so many deities, you Tibetan too many deities, but you cannot accomplish one of them. And we Indians, we have accomplished one deity, and with that we accomplish all 100 deities. That was the comment he made. And sometimes it almost becomes like that. We have so much, is it better this one? Is it better this one? Or maybe this is better, maybe this. And so your mind is not totally in any of them. It's like in supermarket, always, which is better, and trying to do something new and trying to find something. Maybe this doesn't work, and maybe this might work, or maybe this might. And so our mind sometimes, and we are not totally, and because of it, we can't even achieve any of them because our mind is not fully there. Whereas some practitioners, they have only one, and everything's that. Just like in Lama Choba, it says, you are the guru, you are the yidam, you are the Buddha, you are the, Daga, Dagini, you are the protector, everything's in one. And to be able to see that because it is a manifestation of all the Buddha's enlightened energy or power, so it has sometimes all these manifestations. But I think maybe those different manifestations came because our psychology, our minds, from their side, it's not necessary. But we human minds, feel like, I need something for the healing. I need something different. If this is special in healing, this is special in longevity, this is special in compassion, this is special, then we feel, it's just like doctors. A doctor who take everything, but when you say this is special in this particular, and you feel when you have that issue, you want to go to that doctor who is specialized in that. Not the doctor who is specialized in everything. You don't feel confidence, but you feel this doctor is specialized just in this area. And when you have some issue with that, you want to see that doctor. These are our human minds. And sometimes the Buddha's manifestations are according to the human minds, because our minds, psychologists are in that niche, therefore sometimes they manifest in that form. But in essence, in real, then just one day Buddha can perform all of that.
There are some questions in the chat. So
Yes, please.
So Sylvia, do you want to unmute yourself?
Yes, thank you so much for these wonderful teachings. I really appreciate it. I have a small question. It's actually two-part question. First of all, why I noticed that some Buddhas are more prevalent than others. So, for instance, I have quite a strong feeling for Medicine Buddha, but I don't feel that there are a lot of teachings around him, and I'm wondering why that is. Also, I feel that he is very beneficial, particularly in the current times. And also, would I be able? I have in the morning when I do my morning meditation practice, I've always been told to visualize Shakyamuni Buddha in the center. Would I be able to replace him with Medicine Buddha? You said earlier that the Medicine Buddha is similar to Shakyamuni Buddha. I could also visualize myself as him. So I was wondering if I could just use him as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely you can replace. Replace is not the right word. I think it's the wrong word. You can visualize Medicine Buddha instead of Shakyamuni Buddha if you feel more, if you come from your heart and you can connect and you can feel the faith, devotion more stronger, then why not? You know, in each sense, there's no difference. You know, so definitely one can, you know, normally because we try to keep the Buddha Shakyamuni as center in everything because he's the founder of this path. And all the other Buddha also, when he give those different initiations, he manifested in that deities and create that mandala, and then with that deity initiation. So in that sense, also he. But also one of the things His Holiness Lama's advice is also to help, you know, to have more. Of course, that is more not individual, but it's more for organizations, you know, institutions, organizations like centers, monasteries, nunnery, you know, to create more kind of harmony and unity. Before, what happens is each of different traditions, the main image in the monastery or the center will be whatever their founders. You know, in the Nyingma, you will with the Guru Rinpoche, who is the, and you will find the Buddha Shakyamuni, but it's smaller on the side. And the main big one will Guru Rinpoche. In Gelug Monastery, Lama Tsongkhapa will be the main one, and then there will be Buddha Shakyamuni on the that, and same with different lineage. You know, they all have strong relation with that, but there's the founder of their particular lineage, and so that is what they. But and His Holiness advice, you know, it shouldn't be that way. The man should be Buddha Shakyamuni, and then you can have your others. And with His Holiness advice, now most of monasteries have changed, you know. And if you go to Sera, Devung, Ganden, all of them, the more main central image is Buddha Shakyamuni, you know. And again, because of His Holiness advice over the years, and that is, and also when someone non-Tibetan Buddhist comes, visit those temples, they feel, who is this guy? They cannot connect. They don't know Zen practitioners, Theravadan tradition, all other Buddhists. They don't know Milarepa. They don't know Pema Sambhava, Guru Rinpoche. They don't know Lama Tsongkhapa. And they think, who is this? You know, did I come in the wrong place? Is this a Buddhist temple or no? How come that they don't have the main figure, the main founder of the Buddhists? Everyone kind of, and so that is for all this to create some kind of unity and harmony and understanding. His own Dalai Lama kind of encouraged to have the main figures, the main image, the Buddha Shakyamuni, and also the founders too, you know. So anyway, so that is, but of course, you know, on individual practice, then definitely, you know, yeah, you can do the, if you feel more strongly to the Medicine Buddha, more stronger than the let's say, Buddha Shakyamuni, then definitely you can visualize, when you do refuge and bodhicitta in the morning, you can, anytime, one can do that. Unless, someone has specific sadhanas related commitment, then of course that will be different. You have to do according to that one. But otherwise, in general, other practice can do that. And yeah, I think, you can do the front generations. And again, as I mentioned, according to Tangur Rinpoche, then yeah, one can also do the self-visualization at the Medicine Buddha too. Yeah. And then why this, of course, there is a sutra on Medicine Buddhas, as well. So actually, there is a Medicine Buddha sutras, and there are many Medicine Buddhas kind of set of rituals or the sadhanas or practice. So Medicine Buddha is quite well known, and relatively to many other deities, which is, yeah, a lot of time, not so much teachings are given for those. There is, but not so much on most of the Kriya Tantara devi. Most when they study, then mostly they study the highest Yoga Tantara, the stages, because when you actually come to meditations in terms of your spiritual growth, practice of generation completion, then it is more to do with that. And so I think that is why there is more kind of commentary on that in general. Yeah, okay.
I think Sylvia had a comment to this one.
I was more wondering why I can't, or why it's so difficult to get any initiations for Medicine Buddha. I know that most centers would have Medicine Buddha Puja on. You can see most centers, they would have a weekly Medicine Buddha Puja. But what you can't get is an initiation. You see a lot of Tara flying around, but nothing is Medicine Buddha at all.
You should ask and request. It depends on whether the Lama gave what initiation. It depends on what request they get from the senders and other people. So if there is from the senders and the disciples, and that if they want to receive the Medicine Buddha initiations, and if they request, they will give that. So maybe there has been more requests for Tara instead of Medicine Buddha. And same with here. I've been asked to, not the initiation, but anyway, I don't do initiation, but I've been requested to teach or talk or lead the practice on Green Tara and not the Medicine Buddha. Otherwise, I could have done Medicine Buddha too. So yeah, so it depends on so maybe you should put your request to the center and to next Lama who come and give initiations, through centers and maybe others. Yeah.
Yes, yeah.
Yes.
There were also a few questions. I don't know, Katarina, could you ask your question also, Roy, or should I do it?
Yeah, I can ask. Thank you, Lars. Thank you, Geshe La. It's very good to see you again.
Thank you.
I was wondering how Chittamani Tara is different from Green Tara, or if Chittamani Tara is a sadhana practice.
Yeah, Chittamani Tara is part of the highest Yoga Tantra, whereas normal the Green Tara is action Tantra. And in Chittamani Tara, there is 5 Taras at 5 chakras of the Green Tara. The main is a Green Tara, and within that, 5 different Tara at each of the 5 chakra of that green Tara. And then, of course, the practice sadhana involved is a little bit more, what do you call? Elaborated and is related with more Hatha Yoga Tantra practice than just simple practice like in Action Tantra. Yeah. And also for Chidamanitara, to receive Chidamanitara, one have to receive one of the highest Yoga Tantra before that. Even though it's part of highest Yoga Tantra, but you cannot receive directly unless you have received one of highest Yoga Tantra, whether it's, Yamataka or Chakra Sambara or Guya Samaja or some others, And it is same with also, but Vajra Yogini. Vajra Yogini is actually part of highest Yoga Tantra, but to receive that, you need to have one of other highest Yoga Tantra to really both Siddhamani and of that. Yeah.
Also, another one, can we see Tara as a being with a mind stream?
Can we see Tara?
As a being with a mind stream.
Yeah, it is. Tara is, is of course, it's the enlightened mind of all the Buddhas of the activities. So it's a mind stream, it's an enlightened mind which has different energies, and the Tara's enlightened mind is more of that, the energy of activities, the actions, the activities, and then that is manifesting that form with that mind or that energies. So therefore, yeah, you can see it is a being. In a way, it is one way of looking is a being with that kind of enlightened activities mind. Yeah. Yes.
Can you talk about the relation between the Dakini and the Tara?
What relation between?
The Dakini? Is it also embodiment of the Tara? Can you say that?
Daga and Daginis, there can be different level of Daga and Daginis, within the Daga and Daginis, there can be, all of them are a little bit kind of high practitioner, but within that they have different levels. Some can be manifestation of the Buddha, some of them can be manifestation of the Bodhisattva, some of them within the Bodhisattva there can be different level, and some of them can be not in completion stage, but a generation stage. Some of them in completion stages. So they can be different level of Daga and Daginis. Yeah. So they all are not in same. And like in a Guru Yoga Lama Chopa, Shingyanga Jil Henke, there is the kind of Daga and Daginis, those who live in 24 holy places of Chakra Sambara and Yoginis, and then those who are in completion stages, and those who generation stages, and those who are on completion stages. So they can be many different levels. Yeah.
Thank you. Yesterday in the chat, there was a question about, can Geshe recommend a good book on Tantra?
I don't know, because normally I don't have I don't read much of the English book, so I don't know what is available there or not. Definitely, there's introduction to Tantra by Lama Geshe. I think definitely that would be a good one. I said that even though I think I read one time not fully, but maybe some part. And I cannot even recall it fully. But again, Lama Yeshe was such an incredible teacher in terms of his presentations of some of the most complicated subjects. So I think definitely that will be. And then I think probably there are others, but I don't know much.
Geshe Tashi wrote Tantra, the foundation of Buddhist thought.
Okay.
They probably didn't hear me.
Did you hear that? Maybe.
We heard that. I wrote it in the chat as well, and people will watch on the recordings afterwards. I know they will. So Geshe Tashi on Tantra.
Mm-hmm. And I don't know whether they might be also by His Holiness. I'm not sure.
There's a new one, I think.
By
Recently
His
published,
Holiness, yeah.
by His Holiness, yeah.
When you put two pictures in the thing.
I see the together, the collaboration one. Okay. Mm-hmm. Yes.
Geshe, I think I didn't understand the difference between the creation and the
Completion.
stage. Yes.
Yeah, in High Yoga Tantra, especially we talked in one of the prayers, the two stages, generation and completion stages, and it's again different practice, Completions, generation stages, you generate as your deity, and then there is certain part of the practice, the whole sadhanas, and completion stage is much more higher level of practice. Nowadays there isn't so much even teaching on completion stage because from the student side they have not reached there to ready for that, and from teacher side maybe also many teachers maybe also they don't have the experience to lead that practice with the direct experience, and so a lot of time even when you have teachings on the commentaries on those High Yoga Tantra, sometimes they leave out the completion stage, and completion stage are more to do with the wind energy, the chakras and the draw, and then how to use those wind energy draw and chakras and to open the chakras, and then so it's more to do with that, and also when you don't have a really qualified experienced teachers, sometimes they say you can mess up your own chakras and all of that, trying to do too much with all of that, and you could have complications. And so therefore, again, why it say, one shouldn't do all those different practice without proper guidance from a really qualified teacher who really have good experience in that. It's not something you read and something you watch YouTube and something that you do, it is possible that one could mess up some of the system inside if it's not done properly, and by messing up it can have complications in your mind and all other things. Yeah.
So the very, very last question for me. Yesterday, we were talking about the union of bliss and emptiness. Is this bliss coming from the central channel? Is that the same?
Yeah, the real bliss one at the moment we just visualize having that bliss, and then with that,
It's made up by the mind. At the moment we visualize. It's more of visualization. Even the wisdom, realizing, emptiness, arising, death is also visualization at the moment. A lot of time it's more with the visualizations at the moment. But when when they reach that kind of completion stage, and when they are able to kind of, through the, melting of the white drop, and then with that white drop, then going into central channels, and that is where the bliss comes, and through that blissfulness, then it opens that chakra and
have the access to that clear light mind and to use the clear light mind that relies to emptiness. And so you have that bliss as well as that clear light mind that relies emptiness and that union of that.
So the bliss is not our ordinary. Bliss
Yeah,
from what we read.
when we talk about inseparable blissfulness and emptiness, we are not talking about the ordinary bliss, the pleasures or that. It's more talking about that bliss.
Okay.
But of course, as we mentioned yesterday, one can also try to transform the ordinary pleasure into something more better, blissful experiences by integrating the understanding of blessing and transforming through emptiness and so forth. Even though it's not the actual experience itself, but at least there's something that is more transformative than just ordinary pleasures. Yeah. Yes, please.
Geshe, when you talk about taking the deity, taking the aspect of the deity, like the essence of enlightened mind, taking the essence of deity, can you talk more about it? What it means? And also I have a question, like, is it related to what we say in the philosophy of like the focal object and its aspect? Is it like the same when we talk about the enlightened mind taking the aspect of the deity, as we talk about the focal object and its aspect?
Focal object of what?
Like in the philosophy, when Lama Tsongkhapa talks about the object of like the self-grasping ignorance and its object, and we talk about the focal object and its aspects.
Okay.
And I wonder, is it the same terminology? Like when you say this aspect, is it the same when you say aspect of?
Yeah, when we talk about the mind, and when you talk about particular mind and the mind's objects and the aspect of the mind, so there is the mind, let's say, whether it's a sense objects, sense consciousness or mental consciousness that perceive the cup. The cup is the objects in either consciousness, whether it's a direct eye sense perception or whether it's a mental perceptions. And the aspect is, how it grabs or how it perceives the mind, how it perceives the cup. It can perceive inherently or it can perceive non-inherently. And that is the aspect of the mind. The object is the cup, and the aspect of that mind that perceive that can perceive it different ways, can perceive inherently, non-inherently, it can perceive permanently or impermanent. And that is the aspect of the mind that perceive that object in a different way. So that is the objects and the aspect. Did you get it?
Yes.
Number.
My question, is it the same way?
Yeah,
when
so
we talk
here,
about aspect of deity?
yeah, so in the deity, it is, the deity doesn't have the physical, concrete physical form like we have. So it is like that, you can say the enlightened energies of the mind, that kind of transform into that form. And that is what we'll expect, in that green dara form or green dara aspect. It manifests or it transforms into, medicine Buddha's form or medicine Buddha aspect. In that sense, it's the same. We are talking about whether we say medicine Buddha form or medicine Buddha aspect. We are talking same in that. When we use the form, in the form of medicine Buddha or in the aspect of medicine Buddha, it means same.
Is it the same as when you talked about the cup?
No, then it is not different. Yeah.
It's different way of
Yeah,
using words, but-
yeah. In the cup, the objects and the aspect is different. In the cup, in sense of the mind that received the cup, the object of that mind and the aspect of that mind. Here, when we talk, basically what we try to say is, even though of course, this cup is a more kind of concrete cup, it's an external cup that I can kind of, it's not inherent, but still is concrete. Whereas Buddha's form is like a illusory rainbow, very light, and it is not coming from that kind of concrete physical like our bodies, but it is that wisdom mind that is kind of arising or manifesting that form with that kind of light body or kind of illusory body. So, yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. So then we will have a break. Okay. Sanjo Sanjo Rinpoche, Mache Pana Ke Kyuchi, Kewa Nyamba Me Bayam, Konde Kondu, Ewa So. So we'll see at 2. Thank you. With the glance meditations on gratitude path, Lamrim, I don't think I need to go so detailed. I might just kind of read out. So because it is a Mahayana, Buddhist practice, so you always start with a refuge. And since it's a so here it starts with a refuge. I take refuge in the Holy Guru, essence of all Buddha, original grandeur of all holy teaching, and Lord of all supreme beings. So taking refuge to the gurus, by seeing the guru is, in the essence, and Buddha, and manifested in all the Buddhas. And then next is for the sexing Dhamma practice. Request, please, Guru Buddhas, bestow on me ability to unify my mind with Dhamma, be successful in practicing Dhamma in order to achieve gratitude path. May no hindrance occur while achieving this path. And according to some of the teachings, the request to bless me to be able to unify my mind in Dharma is to, to give up the attachment to this life and the pleasure of this life in samsara. To be successful in practice of Dharma is then, our mind to be, unified with the Bodhicitta mind, the practice of the Bodhisattva Mahayana, and then may no hindrance occur while achieving this path. This Mahayana path. Also within the Mahayana path, the Vajrayana path. And then, the blind meditations on the practice for lower capacity. Please bless me to realize that I've received perfect human rebirth, which is highly meaningful for many reasons and difficult to obtain. So that is, kind of meditating a little bit on the precious human rebirth, how precious it is that it has the potential to achieve happiness, deep life, happiness of future life, happiness or liberation, nirvana, you know, and not only is precious with all potential, but you know, so difficult to obtain again in terms of example, in terms of numbers, in terms of causes, difficult to obtain. So meditating on that. Second one is meditating on that impermanent, you know, but perishable. Even that precious human life is perishable, transient, and fragile, you know. Small things can end our life, you know. It doesn't have to be something big, you know. Even the most powerful, you know, mountains will decay one day, and there will be no more, you know. And our body, compared to that, is nothing. It's very fragile, and definitely transit, decaying in the shortest moment because of its changeable nature. Thus, my death is definite, but its actual time is most indefinite. And so that is meditation on, you know, death impermanent, you know, how the death is certain, the time of death is uncertain, and what really helps at the time of death is only Dharma. And after the death, I am far from likely to be reborn in the lower suffering realms, you know. So while we're alive, if we don't practice the virtues Dharma, and if we engage into more non-virtues and more negative karma as a result of that, then you know it's possible to take a rebirth in one of the lower realms, you know, having created an infinitely more negative than positive karma in this life, in our previous life. And if we fall into the lower realms, the suffering can be much more intense and can be long-lasting. Therefore, please bless me to comprehend how incredible and undoable is the suffering of lower realms, that I take refuge in the Buddha Dhamma Sangha with all my heart. So by recognizing, by meditating on the suffering of lower rebirth, how unbearable it is, you know, and not only how unbearable, the duration is very long, and therefore, with that understanding, you know, to protect ourselves from the lower rebirth, then one go to the refuge of the Buddha Dhamma Sangha. And realize evolution of karma in its all profoundly, that I might perform all the virtuous action and abandon all negative creations. And you know, whether we take rebirth in the lower, whether we take a rebirth in the lower realms or higher realm, or high, whether we have lower rebirth or higher rebirth, it depends on the karma, you know, actions. And therefore, through understanding, and not only that, you know, all the suffering we experience are result of our own negative karma. All the happiness we experience is our own positive karma. And with that understanding of the profoundness of karma, you know, then trying to avoid creating any negative karma and trying to create as much virtues as possible. And then next is the prayer for the practice of middle capacity. By practicing this way, I will be reborn in the upper realm, but will still have experienced unlimited samsaric suffering because of uncontrolled delusion karma, you know. So again, even we are born in a low, high rebirth, you know, by taking refuge and by engaging into the practice of, you know, avoiding negative karma, and by engaging in virtuous actions, through that, even we are born in a low, high rebirth, such as human realms, you know, but still we are not free from we are still in samsara, and we are not free from the samsaric sufferings. Even as a human beings, you know, we have many sufferings, you know, suffering of sickness, suffering of aging, suffering of sickness, death, and in between, you know, there's so many other sufferings, and suffering of encountering that we don't like, we don't wish, suffering of losing and being separated from those which we like, we want, suffering about uncertainties, all there's so much sufferings, and with other high rebirth, So understanding, as long as we are not free from the control of the delusion karma, there's no real freedom. There's no real happiness. All whatever small pleasure we experience and joy we experience, they all are unreliable, unstable, temporary, transient. Recognizing that. With that recognizing, then not being attached to any samsaric pleasure, instead, having a strong wish for the true liberations, Please blame me to realize fully evolution samsara from uncontrolled birth to the death to rebirth endlessly, one after one rebirth and another rebirth, death and another rebirth endlessly, and to follow day and night the three higher training of the path, and those three higher training or higher contact, the practice of moral discipline, higher concentrations, the practice of shamatha, higher wisdom, the practice of higher, the practice of insight, special insight, which are the main method to release me from the samsara, and trying to cultivate a strong wish to achieve nirvana, a freedom from the samsara, by understanding no matter what rebirth you have, as long as in the samsara, as long as not free from the control of the karma and delusion, there's no real happiness. With that understanding, then cultivating strong inspiration to free from the samsara and to achieve true lasting happiness and nirvana. And once you have that wish, it's not only enough to have wish, then you need to create the cause and condition, engage in the path to lead to that. And that is training, in very high training. And through higher training, then one can liberate oneself from the endless suffering of the samsara. And then the practice of high capacity, and within that, the sutra path and vajrayana path. But with each sentient beings has been my mothers, and as most of them are extreme suffering, please bless me to bring success to all by renouncing the perfect happiness of self and practicing the both of deed of self-perfection, both of the mind of exchanging self with others on the basis of equanimity meditations. And so again, meditating, contemplating, even I'm able to free myself from the samsara and suffering of samsara and achieve liberation. If the rest of my mother sentient beings are suffering, how can I be so bliss and okay with that? The mother sentient beings who have been my most kind mothers so many times, and also be kind even when they were not mothers, in so many different ways. All the happiness we enjoy, all the comfort we enjoy, everything that comes from the other sentient beings. With that recognition, then, cultivating a strong wish to free them from suffering and cause of suffering, and lead them to ultimate happiness, and with that wish, then trying to, by seeing, in order to that, and then one need to achieve fully enlightenment. In order to achieve that fully enlightenment, then one need to develop the bodhicitta mind, the mind that exchanges it with others, in a sense, that at the moment we cherish ourselves more than others. And so you, through training your mind, you learn to cherish others more than yourself. And that's the bodhicitta mind, cherishing yourself, cherishing others more than oneself. And, and with that cherished mind towards other sentient beings, then you see their suffering unbearable. And by seeing their suffering unbearable, the wish to liberate them from suffering come more easily, naturally. And when the wish to the wish to free them from suffering arises, then you come to understand. As long as you are unenlightened, there is the help you can do is very limited, very small, And so, in order to help them to free from the suffering permanently, from not only the suffering, the cause of suffering, delusion, karma, then you see that the need to achieve fully enlightenment, and then the wish to achieve enlightenment comes more strongly and more naturally, and that's the bodhicitta mind. And even when that bodhicitta mind is wonderful, but is not enough, in order to achieve enlightenment, fully enlightenment, not only you need to generate the bodhicitta mind, but you also need to engage in the bodhicitta practice, such as 6 perfection or 10 perfection, and then engage in the practice of 6 perfection, such as the practice of generosity, moral discipline, patience, joyous effort in virtues, meditative concentration, and wisdom. And so that is what. Thus, I shall have no sorrow in experience suffering, samsaric suffering of all other sentient beings, for no matter how long, having trained my mind in this general path. So when one train in that way, then the bodhisattvas, when they have trained their mind in that way, and when they have developed this incredible bodhicitta mind through training, then they become fearless, because they have so much inner strength and courageous, because their inner courage and strength from that bodhicitta mind, they become fearless, even if they have to go through a lot of hardship, endure a lot of hardship in order to help and sentient beings. They have no hesitation and no fearful, and they will be able to willingly and joyfully willing to go through the hardship and suffering as long as it takes. And it's similar to what in one of the Guru Puja, Lama Choba, where it says, Samjaya Reching Name Menakava Yapanego, Injin Miki Chanjusa, to the Fajin Robo Chinji Laws, where it's mentioned, even if I have to remain in the worst of the hell realms for eons and eons, not just one lifetime, eons and eons, in order to liberate one sentient beings, just one sentient beings. May I never give up my compassion, and may I able to be perfect the practice of, bless me to perfect the practice of joyous effort in helping and benefiting sentient beings, such as that training. And it's similar to the training that Shandayavas in his prayer that we are quite familiar with. As long as space remains, as long as sentient beings remain, may I too remain to dispel the suffering of the sentient beings. That is the Bodhisattva's training. And that is, as His Holiness always says, that is something he always recites, that is something he always practices. And when you practice and train your mind in that, when you think, if I have to help one sentient beings, I'm willing to be in these places where there's so much suffering, even though no much how much suffering, as long as it's take. So you cultivate an incredible amount of strength and courage, and when you have that kind of incredible courage and strength, then you don't easily give up because you face some challenges. You don't give up your practice because you're not feeling so well. You don't give up your practice so easily because when you try to be nice to someone was not nice to you. Instead, they were quite mean to you. And that because of such response or actions, you wouldn't give up trying to be help and benefit to others just because of that person's actions. You wouldn't give up your bodhisattva practice. You wouldn't give up your bodhisattva's vows and practice. You wouldn't give up your practice. You wouldn't give up even trying to help that person, the very person which you are trying to help, but instead they are trying to be mean to you. And because they don't give up, they continue to help. There's the bodhisattvas. because of that kind of their training, and because they have developed such a incredible inner strength, courages, and so that is where this training comes with such. And then Vajrayana, please bless me to follow the quick Vajrayana teaching by feeling sentient beings suffering, very unimaginable, unbearable for even the shortest moment, as my own, and to achieve attainment Shakyamuni Buddha immediately at this very moment. So it is said, when you engage in the Vajrayana path, your motivation, bodhicitta, should be more stronger than the Sutra path. Your wish to achieve, your wish to enter the Vajrayana path is not to achieve easy and quick enlightenment for yourself. If we have that, if our intention is that, then again it's not the right intention to enter the Vajrayana path, because it becomes more about how can I kind of free myself from the suffering more quickly and more easy way, But instead, the bodhicitta more stronger, because you feel the pain and suffering of others so strongly, so unbearable, as it is your own suffering. So you feel you need to achieve enlightenment quickly, because the more quickly you achieve enlightenment, the more quickly you are able to help them. It's not about you, it's about other sentiments. How can you feel their suffering so strongly and you want to help them to free from that suffering? And because you really strongly want to help them, and then you see the need to achieve enlightenment quickly. The more quickly you are able to achieve, the more quickly you are able to help them. The more quickly you are able to help them to suffer less. And so that should be the kind of the stronger bodhicitta mind motivation. So that is why that's why it is saying, that I must achieve enlightenment very quickly and right now at this very moment. And driven by that strong bodhicitta mind, stronger bodhicitta mind. And once you enter the Bodhisattva Vajrayana path, then by keeping my ordinations and instruction of the Guru with the best and highest care in life for the sole purpose of enlightenment of all sentient beings. And it is not enough just to, receive the empowerment, to enter the Vajrayana path and to practice, but you also need to, in order for the success and to have the realizations as too high realizations or attainments, then you need to keep all the samaya, the vows, the precepts, the commitments very strongly and purely. And that is one of the, according to some of the commentaries teaching, they say, if you keep, all these vows, of course, when you take high yoga tantra, then you have 3 vows, the refuge vows, on top of that, Pratimoksha vows, and then the Bodhisattva vows and Tantric vows. And even you cannot progress much in any other area if you can keep those precepts unbroken, unpolluted correctly. Then it is said that within 16 lifetime you will achieve enlightenment. If you look from one perspective, it seems some little kind of, little bit too much of exaggerations. You feel like, how can that enlighten? So, but again, if you think in one way, it is. If we are aware what are those tantric vows, each of them, what are each of those bodhisattva vows, and if you can really keep them unpolluted, unbroken, unless you have really realization of true realization or emptiness and bodhicitta, you will not be able to keep them perfectly. To be able to keep them all this perfectly, you need to have those high realizations. Ordinary beings, It's sometimes we keep, sometimes we break, sometimes we keep, sometimes we break. We try to renew it. We try to do the purification, and it's a part of training. It's just like child learning to walk, fall, walk, falls, walk, falls. That's part of training. The child, when they're learning to walk at the very beginning, they cannot walk without falling. And same when you are training as a beginner at the very beginning, that is part of it. But when you are able to keep them without breaking, without polluting them completely, that clearly shows you have made quite progress on bodhicitta, emptiness, and other areas. And when you are able to do that, then definitely, then enlightenment doesn't become too far away. So that is kind of the glance meditations on Lamrim, the common path. Okay. So even with this practice, it starts with the common path of, and the glance meditation is that you go through each point quickly. You don't go much detail in each of those points, and so that's what the glance meditation means. It's just glancing it. It was some of the main point of those meditation without going much depth in each of meditation. And when you are doing Lamrim meditation, whatever point of meditation you are doing, you try to do depth meditation on that, and the rest of others you go to the glance meditation, because you don't have time to do all in the depth meditation the whole day. So if you are spending mostly on bodhicitta, emptiness, or precious human rebirth, whatever, you try to spend more time on that with doing more depth meditations, and then the rest of the other subject you go to the glance. And here the main practice is the Tara practice here in these cases, and so the Lamrim meditation is more kind of glance meditation, that you go through glance meditations.
Very good question. Ordinations here, is it, but what if you're lay person?
Yeah, I have to check what the Tibetan, what the Tibetan word is. I'm wondering this ordination, thinking maybe a precepts.
Precepts, okay. Because it's also the same word in the three principal aspects of path. It's also the word ordination. But that one is written by Lama Tsongkhapa. So
So again, sometimes it depends on the translations. Ordinations, normally it seems like it is a kind of order, monks and nuns, Domba. But again, it could be translated. So again, I have to really see the Tibetan version of it. It could be just a vow, so the vows for both Prathamacha vows and other vows or precepts. That means both lay practitioners and ordained practitioners,
Thank you.
So it doesn't, it's not just for the, I will have to see the Tibetan version to really find out what exact Tibetan word for that one is, When I read it, most likely it will be the vow, because the vows can be sometimes translated differently, And if it's the vows, then it doesn't mean it's only the vows of every monks, nuns, lay practitioners, whatever, Prathamacha vows, Bodhisattva vows, Tantra vows, all of them. So then actual practice here comes here. Even before that, there's one preliminary, which you know, setting up the altars, you know. So if you're doing the Green Tara practice, you know, to have Green Tara statue or Tanka or pictures, image of that can be helpful for your visualization as well. You know, you look at it and then you try to imagine, visualize that same image without looking at it. And that's how you generate it. Sometimes you look and sometimes you don't look, try to close it and then try to bring that image in your mind. You know, and sometimes it's harder to do that if you don't have image in front of you, because trying to, so again, you have image there, you try to look at it and again, try to have that image without looking at it. So therefore, it can be helpful. You know, all these statues, tangas, pictures are the tools, you know, to help us in our practice meditations. Those are meditation tools as well. And then of course, setting your, you know, cushions, and if one cushion a little bit higher, it helps you to be a little more alert, you know, less sleepy and dull, you know, help that. And then, you know, if you can set up some offering, that would be wonderful, you know. 7 water bowls, and if you can set up, you know, flowers, incense, perfumes, or representative perfumes, you know, food, and that, you know. So whatever you can, try to set up whatever offering you can, you know, trying to set up that offerings, you know. And also if we can set up this one, if you can have, you know, the Dharma book and stupa. If you don't have stupa, you can even have a picture of stupa. Is also okay. No problem. If you don't, basically those three represent Buddha's holy body, speech, and mind. You know, the statue, holy body; the book, holy speech; the stupa, holy mind. So it's a representation of that.
Yes, so when you do the offering, you think already of the Green Tara, for example, or you're more focused on Shakyamuni? If you do that, the preparation of Alvaran or things.
Whatever you're offering morning, you set up. And if you are doing it, then each of those times when you're doing Tara practice, you visualize making offering to Tara. When you do practice for Buddha Shakyamuni, you visualize offering to them. Whatever different practice you are doing, you can set up one, and you know, unless you are doing a specific retreat like Tara retreat, in that cases, then yeah, that can be slightly you focus on that. So and then, you know, sitting in the 7 or 8 meditative posture, you know, and then, you know, doing the motivations. Before motivations, sometimes it's helpful to the 7 or 9 point of breathing, focus on breath. That helps your mind to settle down, quiet. Sometimes your mind might be kind of, you know, not settled down. Maybe something's bothering or thinking of something, I need to do this, or you are worried about something, you are anxious about something, or maybe you are thinking about something, what happened past or this. So then when your mind is not settled down, then even you try to generate bodhicitta, it doesn't come very strong, good. So first settle down mind, just watching the breath for a little while, 9 rounds or 21 rounds. And once your mind is calm and settled down, then you try to generate the right motivation or bodhicitta. Whatever practice you do, generating the motivation bodhicitta to do for all sentient beings, not only for yourself. You know, and so, and then, you know, so here then visualization comes, you know. Here the visualization is above the crown of my head, I visualize a lotus and moon disk. So again, with a lot of the deity's practice, first you visualize, the lotus. On top of the lotus, there's a moon disk. Moon disk, you can think they say like a mandala set, It's not totally round. If it's totally round, they can fall down, Buddha doesn't fall down in our mind. There is a stories, One time the teachers saying, visualize the Buddha on top of your head, on top of your head. And someone who was in the audience who was there, he was bald. And he was thinking of Buddha here, and in his mind, he's falling down. It's not staying there, because it's bald and round, in his mind, of course. And so he was struggling that. Of course, when the teacher was explaining, is above, on top of you, above you. But in his mind, when he said on top of your head, he felt like the cups putting on his head itself, and he had a difficulty of imagining not falling in. You never know how our minds works and what it does, and so same way, if the moon disk is normally there's a visualize like the mandala set, like round, but not totally round like that, total lotus, but moon. And again, normally sometimes you see lotus, moon and sun, or sun and moon. Sometimes like here is just two lotus and moon. When there is three, then it represents the renunciation and bodhicitta and the wisdom. The lotus represent in that cases the renunciations, the sun represent the wisdom, wisdom light, and the moon, which has kind of cooling energy, represent the bodhicitta mind. And when there's only two of them, then here, the moon represents the bodhicitta mind, and the lotus represents the wisdom. It's like the lotus, even though it comes from the mud, it's not polluted by the mud when it grows. And same way, when you have wisdom, realizing emptiness, then even you are in samsara, you are not being polluted by the samsaric force because of that. So it represents those inner qualities. Okay, it's not just it's not just to make nice, artistic, or it's more to do with practice. It represents those inner qualities, and sitting on top of them represent the being possess those qualities in them. So the Buddha here, Tara, who is on top of the lotus and moon, is symbolized, and it represents Mother Tara possess those inner qualities of the wisdom, and so that is and of course it's not really personally really related with, but sometimes it might be helpful. If you check the tangas, sometimes on the lotus, then there is a moon disk and there is sun disk. Sometimes it's lotus, sun, and then moon. Normally, when it's a peaceful deity, it's a lotus, sun, and moon. When it's wrathful, then it's a then it is the lotus, moon, and sun. So on the very top, it will be more like orange colors, like a sun. In the other cases, white, like here, Buddha Shakyamuni, you see some white, that is the moon, And Tara also you see white, on top of lotus. All these white, but in that one, sometimes you will see the kind of orange, and that is the sun. So among those, on top of those, lotus and mundis, is the great tertiary of the compassion. So Aryatara, great tertiary of the compassion. Mother of all enlightened beings. In some traditions, sometimes they present Tara as a female form of compassion Buddha. Again, according to one of the stories, the Taras come through the tail of the compassion Buddha, Avalokiteshvara. So she's in that way, it's a compassion manifesting in that actions. So then again, it can be also. So treasury of the compassion, Aryatara, mothers of all. And she's known for being the mothers of all enlightened beings. And who is oneness with my kind root guru, and it is always in tantric practice. In tantric, because it's a part of tantric practice, again, it's very important to see the deity and the guru inseparable one. Sometimes the deity in the form of guru, and sometimes the guru in the form of deity. But in essence, they are one inseparable. Here, when we see the Tara is your root guru, but in the form or aspect of the Tara. When you see the actually guru in their form, like let's say His Holiness Dalai Lama, then you try to see is it actually Avalokiteshvara or Tara, but in this form. So it's always training to see one inseparable. When you see the deity, you see, oh, this is my root guru in this particular form. When you see the guru, you try to see, oh, is my deity in this particular form. And always trying to train your mind to see oneness, And kind in three kind times in scriptures, they talk about three kindness, the kindness in giving, precepts, kindness in giving the teachings, commentaries, instructions, kindness in providing the oral transmissions and empowerment and so forth. Root guru, who is, with the three kindness, And of course, if you have guru, then of course you can do that. If you have many guru, then the training is try to see the root guru with that. But basically, it's just training at the very beginning. We try to see the root guru as the Buddha. The whole idea is then to be able to see all the gurus as inseparable from Buddha. Because it's easy to train that with the root guru, because that is where you feel more strongly connected among all the gurus. And so with that, it will be more easy to, like just in all meditations, we start with something which is more easier and then expand to a more difficult one. When we try to meditate on loving kindness, compassion, we will start with that. First, starting with someone you feel easily love and compassion, your most close one. And then we expand to neutral persons. And then we expand to someone you have conflict. And then we expand to all sentient beings. The same when you train in equanimity, that is same. You first started equanimity with someone more easy, the stranger. And then you expand to your loved one. And then you expand to your enemy. And then to all sentient beings. So that is, we always train with something that was more easier at the very beginning. And so training the gurus to see one inseparable from the Buddhas, which start and train with something which is most easier. That's the root guru, because that's where we feel strongly connected. And then the idea is then expand not only the root guru, each of all gurus are also oneness with the deity, and they all are inseparable. All in essence, they all are same essence, but manifesting in a different form of gurus and different form of deities for different way of helping and benefiting. So that is the whole idea. Okay. if you don't have guru, then you can just, you don't have to feel that you cannot practice. You can still practice, you know. But if you have guru, then that is how you try to do it. Incorporate the guru yoga with this practice by seeing in that way. And of course, there are different, you know, who is root guru, who is not root guru. They are very different. You can you find slightly different explanations. You know, in some they explain, you know, the guru with the three kindness is the root guru, which means someone who has given you the commentaries, oral transmission, and empowerment, all of them. You know, in some commentary, they say someone you feel most connected because you've connected not in personal level, that because he's so nice to me. You know? Or I like him, you know, because he's cool. You know, I like him because he's very cool. Because, but because that teacher has been instrument in your spiritual practice, who has been most impact and have played a big instrument in your practice. So even it might be someone who have not given initiation, but someone who has an instrument in your guiding in your spiritual path, someone in that way, you feel very grateful because of their guidance and instruction, teachings, and all of that. And that can be the root guru. So that is what means root guru. So my guru is seated in full positions with a transparent bubble of rainbow colored light in the pink in complexion. So like our human beings color, you know, complexions. Not like a pink, like you are, you know, painting a totally pink. That might look as quite strange.
Barbie pink.
Yeah, not Barbie pink. Pink in a sense, our human, seeing the guru in the guru's, how he or she looks, you know, in that complex. And wear the saffron robe and painted head, you know. So like, you know, someone, you can see some similar like Lama Tsongkhapa or his own Dalai Lama with a painted yellow hair, you know. His right hand is at his heart, Geshe Sherab teaching the Dharma, you know. And this gesture is the teaching the Dharma, you know. At the right heart like that. And hold Vajra and stem of lotus that bloom beside his right ear. So in terms of what he's holding is the Vajra in his hand and with the teaching mudra. And then also the stem of the lotus, holding the stem of the lotus as well. And that lotus, you know, white lotus, and that is blossom by his right side, in terms of just around here. His left hand rests in his hip on the left. You know, it holds bell and holding the bell, as well as the stem of another white lotus that blooms beside his left here, and the lotus stem here and goes through and it blooms around here. So again, Vajra and bell again symbolize, represent the wisdom and compassion, the method and wisdom. In Tantra, then is the illusory body and the or the bliss or the illusory body and the clear light mind of the wisdom, you know. But in normal is the wisdom and compassion. The bell symbolizes the wisdom, and the dorje, the vasa, symbolize the method, the compassions, you know. So again, when the guru is holding that, it symbolizes the guru embodies and possess those qualities. Then at my guru's heart, at the heart of the guru, then you visualize Aryatara. So again, it's not mentioned, but you also at the guru's heart, you visualize moon cushions. On top of the moon cushions, then you visualize Aryatara. It is your root guru, but in the form of Aryatara. In female aspect, Aryatara is. In terms of color, green in color. The color of the Tara is the green. And again, the green color symbolize balance, harmony, as well as it's kind of green color also represents in terms of elements, the water elements. And water elements is like water is flowing all the time. And in the same way, Tara is flowing, the activities is always flowing, it's action, it's happening. It's not passive, but it's actions. That is what Tara represents, activities, actions, and it's always flowing, So it symbolizes the color of the water that is always flowing, like the river, green. And also when it's dark green, as I mentioned this morning, it also symbolizes all others activities in that. So again, that is what green color symbolizes. In terms of posture, sitting in the dancing posture with the rainbow bubbles, And what is that kind of posture is then her left is bent up and right leg outstretched, So the outstretch and left, and it also symbolizes, the left kind of on the in the sitting posture symbolize meditative, when you're cross leg, half cross leg is symbolize meditative. Half stretch, the right one stretch, that symbolize, the actions that she's ready to. She's always in ready suit. It's like the mother is always ready when child cry or when child need help. She's always ready there, always ready to get up and just run. And that is what it symbolizes. So it also symbolizes post-meditative concentration. So with these two, then it symbolizes, it gives the unique qualities of the Buddha, where Buddha can be both post-meditative and meditative state both at the same time, simultaneous. That's only the Buddha can. Even the high 10 Bhumi Bodhisattvas, they cannot, when they are in post-meditative, trying to create merit, trying to help others, they are not deep meditative equipoise. When they are in deep meditative equipoise, they cannot function that. But whereas the Buddha is able to function both while being in the deep meditative equipoise all the time, at the same time able to function to help benefit sentient beings all the time. So again, it will symbolize also that qualities of the Mother Tara, the Buddhas, that ability of the Buddhas that can be in deep meditative equipoise all the time at the same time, all the time, working for the benefit of all sentient beings in actions, being in actions.
Yes.
Yes.
And the rainbow bubble, it represents the emptiness of Tara. Is that?
Yes, you can look in that way too. Normally, when we visualize any deity, Tara or any Buddhas, we try to visualize it kind of not a concrete, but more light bodies, like rainbow body. That's what we call the illusory body. The illusory body is like rainbow body. It's nothing concrete like we human beings. And very, like a rainbow body, illusion body, like a very, crystal, like rainbow or crystal, clear, but while it's very light in that rainbow, but it's also heavy. Do you get it? Sometimes when you think of rainbow or light, it's very unheavy, it's like very movable.
Stable.
Yeah, more stable. Because if we visualize, because when you do concentration, if we think it is very movable, then again, it can float here and there. It's hard to concentrate. But you visualize, it's light at the same time very stable. It doesn't move. It's like very heavy things. If you put here, it cannot be moved. It just sit there. So again, it helps in our concentration, not to lose concentration. Even if your mind, if it started moving, then you cannot concentrate because your mind move after that. You see one moment the Buddha is going here, or in the moment here, up, down, your mind. So the way to help to concentrate is again visualize light rainbow bodies, illusion, but also very stable, not moving. Also, another thing is when you try to visualize any deity practice, whether yourself or in front of you, while it's a three-dimensional, not flat like in the Thanga and in the photos, but also not like in what you call in emit or inanimate, where it's not without life.
Vivid.
Well, this object, inanimate.
Yeah, I'm not pronouncing correctly, but it's
Inanimate.
Inanimate. Inanimate is like this object.
Yes.
Yeah. So then you don't visualize as inanimate, but alive, vivid and alive as a being, unlike like the statues. So, so those are the few things that I think when we practice visualization of the Buddha's deity in every practice, those are certain things that we try to be mindful of those, some of those ones. Okay. And in terms of the hand posture, her left hand is her heart here. In the mudra of symbolizing the three gems, So again, this symbolize three gems. Holding the stream of blue upala flowers, And it says, upala flowers open only at sunset, and bloom and release its fragrance at the sunset, and they are associated with the moon. So this flower is also symbol of longevity, So lotus promise relief from suffering by day and night. And so the lotus in her left hand symbolize purity and power. And so that is Upala. Her right hand extended over her right knee in the mudra of granting the sublime realization, like that, And so there is granting the sublime realization in the mudra of that. She is beautifully adorned with a jewel ornament and scarf. So you visualize that she is drawn with all the different ornaments, the crown ornament, earrings, necklaces, the what you call your hand, what you call bracelet, and armlet, and those ornaments made of precious gems, and that, and then because she is in the form of Sambhogakaya, that is the difference. Sambhogakaya has this crown ornaments, whereas Nirvanakaya doesn't have that. So sometimes you see material in two form. Material with all the ornaments and garments, that is in Sambhogakaya form. And sometimes you see material in a very, without all this garment and with all the ornament, but just like in the monk's robe, it's simple. That's in Nirmanakaya form. So that is just by looking at that image, then you can say whether it's Sambhogakaya form or Nirmanakaya form. And that's so.
Because
Sambhogakaya
is mostly being perceived by beings that are not physical.
Sambhogakayas are the Buddhas that are full with all their, what do you call it, in their fullest, with all the marks, major, minor, all clear and everything's that. And only the high bodhisattvas can only see them in that form. Ordinary being cannot see that form. Yeah. And where was that beautiful adorned jewel ornaments, scarf. Scarf here, I think means in some others you see garment, celestial garment, and like that, the robe that she's wearing, lower part, upper part, and again it is mentioned in some. It is interesting, some of those things that they mentioned long time ago, and it seems like fictions, but it seems like with the more advanced in technology, they are becoming more and more real. And in some of this kind of celestial garment that they describe, when you expand it, it's huge, but when you took it, it becomes small. I think sometimes you see certain material nowadays, it can become so small to carry, so light and so small, But when you stretch it, it's you can use for big blanket or big things.
It's like gold. Gold, we can send it.
So that is how it is described. And it is described in the winter, it becomes warm. In the summer, it becomes cooling. It has that kind of. And I'm sure with the technology, they will make one day that we can wear a robe where we can use it when it become warm in the cold and can become cooling in the summer. I think with the technology, they will make it happen. Those things. I don't know how long it will take, but it is described in those description of there are like that. That was here. Here is called scarf, but other times garment, celestial garment, silk garment. That you see different times. And at her 3 places, bear the syllables. So 3 places is here, either on the crown or forehead, throat, and heart. And so Om on the crown, are white Om on the crown, red R at the throat, and blue Hum and cerebral at the heart. And at her heart is lotus, and on top of that lotus at the moon seat. on which state a radiant green syllable thumb. Again, those letters you can visualize in Sanskrit, Tibetan, or English. Of course, if you can visualize in Sanskrit, that's more original. But again, it doesn't mean if you cannot kind of visualize that, in certain practice, if you don't visualize in the Sanskrit, it is very difficult, especially in certain Harish Yoga Tantra dissolution part, where the letter Hum, the Shabdu dissolve into that, and then that dissolve into the upper part, and that dissolve into the half moon, and the half moon dissolve into that moon, and then that moon dissolve into the nada, and then that dissolve into kind of emptiness. So then in English, Hum, you cannot do that, so in some cases, then even it will be a little bit difficult to sudden, but otherwise, some teachers have said, that you can visualize that syllables, but anyway. So thumb, and thumb is the syllable of the Tara, and green. And the rays of green light radiate in all directions from the thumb syllable and invoke, all the enlightened beings of 10 directions, all the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, Arhats, Daga, Daginis, all of them protectors. And they all are observed into Guru Aryatara and become one. So it's like, it's like snowing, flecks of snow of those enlightened beings. And then, just like when the snow touch the rock, it dissolves into it. Same way, it dissolves into all the Guru Aryatara, and then Guru Aryatara become all in one. Of course, she's always all in one. Why we need to do that? It's just our mind, that the way our mind works. If you can see all in one, some of those you don't have to do that. But we do that invoking and then visualizing and then observing and being seen one, because image help our mind. Our mind like image. Without image, sometimes it becomes too abstract and we cannot connect so well. And so those kind of visualization, image are to help. The whole this is to see Tara, Mother Tara is one and inseparable from all the other Buddhas. Basically, to be able to see, to be able to feel that way. And so using that kind of image visualization for our mind, sometimes it helps to see that more than if we don't have that image, then it's much harder to see and feel that way. So again, these are kind of tools, For highly developed practitioner, they don't need these are something like what we call invoking the wisdom beings. You don't need to do all of that, because you already see and you already feel they're one, and you don't have to do that. Sometimes he's only the Lama when he gives initiation sometimes, and sometimes, or in certain rituals, he will sometimes skip, like invoking the wisdom beings and that. But again, for someone highly developed practitioner, that is, but for us who are beginner, it helps our mind, that kind of image, that kind of visualizations. The main point is to see and feel that, and that is the thing, and is to help that. And then the heartfelt prayer is to please remain above my head until I receive enlightenment. And so again, from Mother Tara's side, she's always there to help you all the time, whether you request or not. From the Buddha side, they are always there all the time, ready to help you all the time. Whether you request or not, that doesn't different. But again, it's more to do with ourselves, our mind. We feel comfortable, we feel good, we feel real when we make those requests, and then imagine and visualize others that are accepting your request and saying, okay, I will remain here until you achieve enlightenment, and I'm going to help you. That, she's always there like that. But why do we make requests? It's more to do with our mind, the way our mind works. It's more kind of psychology, more to do with training our mind. When you, it does help when you visualize making requests, you visualize the request being accepted, and that it make our mind a little bit more kind of comfortable and feel more real and better, so that. And then the refuge in bodhicitta, so, I'm going to refuge, so I don't think I need to go so much. I go refuge until I'm enlightened. So, the refuge, normal, ordinary refuge, is we go according to when we take the refuge, according to the, lower capacity is for one lifetime. When you take the vows, you can say, as long as I live, I go refuge to the Buddha, Dhamma, Sangha. That is the ceremony when you do the ceremony. But this is Mahayana refuge, and Mahayana refuge is not only as long as you live, which means one lifetime, but until you achieve enlightenment. So you say, I'm going to refuge the Buddha, Dhamma, Sangha until I achieve enlightenment. There's a difference in the refuge between the Mahayana refuge and the small scope refuge. In terms of one is as long as I live, one is until I achieve enlightenment. One, in Mahayana refuge, also the motivation for refuge, you also need the compassion, bodhicitta mind. Other one, you don't need that bodhicitta mind as a part of the motivation or to take the refuge. So those are slightly. And then the bodhicitta, by my merit from giving, practice of generosity and other perfections, such as the other 5 or 9 perfections. Sometimes you see 6 perfections, sometimes you see 10 perfections. 6 perfections is normal that we are more of generosity, moral discipline, patience, joyous effort in virtues, meditative concentration, and wisdom. And then sometimes you see 10 perfections in relation to 10 paramita of perfection in relation to 10 bhumi, the practice of 10 bhumis. And in that case, then, the perfection of method, the tattva, the perfection of the power, the perfection of the prayer, and the perfection of exalted wisdom. So you add those 4, then it becomes 10 perfections. And those are the bodhisattvas. So such as my merit of giving other perfection practice, or all other practice, may I become Buddha in order to benefit all sentient beings, and so that is generating the bodhicitta mind. So with that, maybe we will have a break. Okay, maybe we might need a little coffee, something, wake you up. So yeah, maybe half hour.
Half an hour, yeah.
Or 20 minutes.
20 minutes.
Yeah. Okay, 20 minutes. Okay. 20 minutes. Okay. So again, welcome everyone. I think I'm going to start with a practice today and continue some explanation tomorrow. Again, make yourself relax. And keep your back straight. And feel the weight of your body on cushion, chair. And observe the breath mindfully. And trying to keep the awareness. Then you can try to think that I'm going to do this practice so that I can create enough cause and conditions. The virtues, the merit, both to come, imprint. To actualize the Bodhicitta mind and wisdom realizing emptiness. and all others, Sutra and Tantra path within our mind stream. And may it become cause and conditions to achieve fully awakened state of Mother Tara, so we can help and liberate all sentient beings from all their suffering and cause of suffering. And to help them to guide and lead them to fully enlightened state of Mother Tara. And we can imagine all sentient beings surrounding yourself as vast as the space, infinite sentient beings, all in human form, engage in the practice together. And we can think of someone that we want to do this practice, especially for someone. You can think of them as well. So we go to page number 5. The Blind Meditations. Again, with each of them, we spend few moments to try to reflect, contemplate, and try to feel as it is. Go to the refuge. I take refuge in the Holy Guru, essence of all the Buddhas, the original grandeur of all holy teachings, Lord of all Buddha, Supreme Being. Next, pray for success in Dharma practice. Please, Guru Buddha, bestow on me the ability to unify my mind with the Dharma and be successful in practicing Dharma in order to achieve the graduate path. May no hindrance occur while achieving this path. Next, please bless me to realize that I have received a perfect human rebirth, which is highly meaningful for many reasons, difficult to obtain. The principle transcends and resides, decaying in the shortest moment because of its sensible nature. Thus, my life is happiness, which is time most infinite. After death, I am far from most likely more than the Lord of the suffering man. I can create infinite more negative and positive karma in this life and all future lives. Please bless me to comprehend how suffering is so low and that I might take refuge in the Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha with all my heart and realize the evolution of karma in all its profoundity, that I might perform only virtuous actions, abandon all negative wish. Next, by practicing this way, I will be put upon a cover, but would still have to experience unlimited samsaric suffering incredible with karma. Please let me realize fully the evolution of samsara from uncontrolled birth to death to the rebirth, and to follow day and night the three life training of the path, higher contact, higher observation, higher wisdom, which are the main methods to release me from samsara. Next. But as each sentient being has been my mother, and as a mode of being must bring suffering, please let me to bring success to all by renouncing perfect happiness of self and practicing the bodhisattva deeds of this perfection, with the bodhisattva mind of exchanging self with others on the basis of economic dedication. Thus shall I have no sorrow in practice. False others and beings, no matter how long, having trained my mind in general. Next, please bless me to follow the footsteps of teaching by feeling sentient beings suffering, their unimaginable, unbearable, the shortest moment as my own, and to achieve the attainment second Buddha immediately at this very moment by keeping my obligation to the instructions of the Guru with the best and best care for the sole purpose of enlightenment constantly. Then again, you try to bring your mind back to the breath. Then I will recite the visualizations and you try to visualize. You don't have to read, so you can visualize better. Again, if your visualization is not clear, don't worry about it. It's clear, it's good. Not clear, don't worry. Just try to feel it is there, present of the Mother Avatara as is described. So above the crown of my head, I visualize a lotus and the moon disk. Above this is the great treasure of compassion, Aryatara, mother of all enlightened beings, who is oneness with my kind root guru. They are one inseparable. And my root guru is seated in the full lotus position within the transparent bubble of rainbow colored light. Is pink in complexions and wears saffron robes and a yellow painted hat. So you can think of His Holiness for those who have his own Dalai Lama, for those who have taken initiations. His right hand is at his heart in the gesture of teaching the Dharma, and holds a vajra and the stem of a white lotus that blooms beside his right ear. His left hand rests on his hip. It holds a bell and the stem of another white lotus that blooms beside his left ear. At my root guru's heart, on top of the lotus, is the Aryatara in female aspect. Green in color, seated in dancing posture within a rainbow bubble. Her left leg is bent up and her right leg is outstretched. Her left hand is in her heart in the mudra, symbolizing the triple gems and holding the stem of blue upala flower. Her right hand extended over her right knee is in the mudra of granting sublime realizations. She is beautifully adorned with jewel ornaments such as the crown, earring, necklace, and so forth. Celestial garment or scarves, and at her three places bears the syllable on crown, white om, on throat, red R syllable, at heart, blue hum, at her heart is also lotus and the moon, seat on which stands a radiant green syllable thumb. So again, all these different syllables are actually enlightened, compassionate wisdom in essence, but manifesting those syllables. Rays of green light radiate in all directions, like the sun's rays in all 10 directions. From the thumb syllable, and invoke all enlightened beings of the 10 directions. And it's like raining and snowing of all those enlightened beings. And they are all observed into the Aryatara. And become one. So Aryatara, who is one and inseparable from the root guru, is also one with all the Buddhas, encompassing all the Buddhas, all in one. Try to feel that. And then try to make a heartfelt request. Please remain above my head to guide, to bless, to guide, to support until I receive enlightenment. And imagine Guru Aryatara is extremely pleased with your request and accept it. To guide you, to show you the path, until we achieve enlightenment. Okay, so then go to the page number 8, Reflection Bodhicitta. And we do one in Tibetan, one in English and twice in Tibetan. So again, while trying to feel compassion to the all sentient beings that is surrounding us, by understanding their suffering, pain of suffering, and strong wish to liberate them from all the suffering and cause of suffering, and to guide and lead them fully enlightened state. For that purpose, I must achieve fully enlightenment. Therefore, I'm going to refuse the Buddha Dhamma Sangha from depth of my heart until I achieve enlightenment. And not to give up the Buddha Dhamma Sangha. And the sentient beings, no matter how challenging, how difficult it is, never abandon them. Okay, with that, I go for refuge until I'm enlightened to the Buddha, the Dharma, the Supreme Family. By my merits from giving other perfections, may I become a Buddha and also benefit all sentient beings. Sangye cheran sohi shonam la chanchu patu dani kapso shi Sangye jin sohi pe sonam ki chola penje sangye rupa sho Sangye cheran sohi shonam la chanchu patu dani kapso shi Sangye jin sohi pe sonam ki So with the 7 limb prayers or practice, again with each of practice, with each of line, we take few moments to try to feel each of them instead of rushing. Okay. So we start with the first. With my body, speech, and mind, I devoutly prostrate. So we pay homage, bow down, prostrate with our body, speech, and mind to Guru Mother Tara. Next, I offer all offerings, both real and imagined. So we can visualize making offerings, which are arranged here, as well as imagine the whole space filled with drinking water, washing water, flowers, incense, lights, perfume, food, music, and all other kind of offerings. Especially all the things that we're attached to, we can make offering. Our own body, wealth, virtues. In essence, all of those offerings are again exalted wisdom in the exalted wisdom nectar, but manifesting in those different form or aspect of the offerings. Imagine, Mother Tara accept those offerings, experience, enjoy those offerings, and generate great bliss and emptiness in her heart. Next, all sins and offenses emerge from beginningless lifetime, I confess. So we acknowledge, recognize all the negative karma that we have created in this life and all future life as something unhealthy, unwholesome, negative. With a strong regret and with strong resolutions not to engage in those negative karma again. We declare and confess to Arya Mother Tara. Next, I rejoice in all virtuous actions of a holy and ordinary being. We rejoice in all our virtues. How wonderful. We rejoice in the virtues of all the gurus, Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, Arhats, those who are on the path to Arhat, and all the ordinary beings. How wonderful. Next, O Gurus and Buddhas, please remain until samsara. Imagine our request has been gladly accepted. Next, and turn the wheel of Dharma for sentient beings. Also imagine again that requests have been also accepted. And the next, all my virtues and goods of all others I dedicate to the great enlightened. So the mandala, the outer one, first we do in English and then Tibetan. This ground anointed with adorn the Mount Meru, four continents, the sun and the moon. I imagine this as Buddha field and offer it. May all living beings enjoy this pureness. Thus, aversion to ignorance, friends, enemies, and strangers, and my body, wealth, and enjoyment. Without any sense of loss, I offer this collection. This accept it with pleasure and bless me with freedom from the guilt poison. Do me uai do namanta shin do Idam Guru Dana Mandala Kani Ayami. So we make the first request. Please bless me to purify all obscurations of my body so that it all become one instant with the Guru Radha's holy body. So, as we visualize, as we recite the mantras, we visualize from the Om syllables on the crown of the Aryatara, white light and nectar flow into oneself, and cleansing, purifying all the illness, all the negative karma, all the delusion, obscuration, especially all the negative karma that we have created with our body, being cleansed and purified completely. Like taking shower or flushing the toilet and completely kind of wash and cleanse and purify all these negativities. As well as at the heart of the, at the heart of the Aryatara, around the thumb syllables, there's the Tara mantras, Tare Tudaturi Sova, all kind of standing, and again, making that sound, the mantra, again, and also from that, white light nectar flow as well, together, and cleanse and purifying. And again, we think, imagine those mantras, not just an ordinary sound and ordinary syllable, but they are actually enlightened, compassionate, exalted wisdom manifesting in that sound, that syllable letters. And same with the light and nectar, is not just ordinary light and nectar, they also enlightened, compassionate, exalted wisdom energy, that comes in the form of light and nectar. Okay. Om Dare Tu Dare Tu Re Soha. 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 Om Tare Tu Tare 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 Tu Re Soha. Om Tare. Om Tare. Om Tare Tu Tare Tu Re Soha. So imagine, visualize with total convictions. You know, all the illness, all the negative karma, delusion, obscurations have completely cleansed, purified. Especially, you know, all the problem with and sufferings and problem with our body, feeling of heaviness, grossness, you know, uncomfortable. As well as all the negative karma that we have created in this life and previous life, infinite negative karma we have created the body. Through the body has been completely cleansed and purified. Not even one trace of them. Not one atom and trace of that left. As we recite a little more, you know, again more nectar and light flow and into oneself from the crown, feel our whole body from the bottom to the top, and receiving all the blessing of enlightened body, speech, and mind, especially in the blessing of the body and our body become like a rainbow body, illusory body, light, without any grossness, any concreteness. Just like the body of the Mother Tara. So while trying to visualize and keep that visualizing, we recite Om Tare Tu Tare Tu Re Soha. 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 Tare tu dare tu re so ha. Tare tu dare tu re so. Tare tu dare tu re so ha. 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 So imagine and visualize with whole your body is filled with that blessing of body, speech, mind, especially the blessing of body. And with that, your body is transformed into light, like rainbow body, without any happiness, grossness, concreteness. Next, we imagine and visualize while we recite from the red earth syllable at the throat of Mother Aryatara and the garlands of mantras in the heart, red light nectar flow into oneself, all sentient beings, into ourselves through the throat and cleanse and purify all the illness, negative karma, delusion, obscuration, especially all the negative karma that we have created through the speech. Okay, while keeping that visualization, again with Om Tare Tu Re So Ha. 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 So visualize with total convictions, all our illness, negative karma, delusion, obscuration, and completely cleansed, purified. Especially, all our inappropriate speeches, useless speech, out of control speech, harsh speech, all the negative speech, and as well as all the negative karma that we have created in this and past life, beginning lifetime, that we have created through the speech has been completely cleansed, purified. And not even trace of that, one atom is left. Again, as we recite more, more light nectar flow into oneself, feel our body, receiving the blessing of body, speech, and mind, especially the blessing of the speech. So while again keeping that visualizations. Om Tare Tu Re So Ha. 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 Om Tare Tu Tare Tu Re Soha. 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 Imagine, visualize receiving all the blessings of body, speech, mind, especially blessing of speech, feeling our whole body, every part of our atom, cells, and especially receiving, appropriate speech, meaningful speech, kind and gentle speech, truthful speech. And whatever speech that we engage into, whatever we say, become helpful, beneficial to others. And try to feel that the energy of that speech. Everything that we utter, say, become useful, meaningful, beneficial, helpful to sentient beings. So again, as we recite more from the Hung syllable, blue Hung syllable, and from the Tam syllable, as well as the garlands of mantra, blue light and nectar flow into oneself, all sentient beings, cleansing and purifying, all our illness, negative karma, delusion, obscuration, especially all the negative karma that we have created in relation to with the mind being completely clean, purified. Om Tare Tu Tare Tu Re Soha. 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 And visualize and imagine total convictions. All the illness, negative karma, delusion, obscurations being completely flushed out, cleansed, purified. Especially, all the feelings of anxious, worry, panic. Whatever we have self-loathing or self-hatred, low self-esteem. Depression, whatever we are feeling with our mind being completely cleansed, purified. Flush out. all the bitter feelings, resentment, anger, hatred. Being completely cleansed, purified, flush out. All this undesirable and all this uncontrollable desire, attachment, greediness, mindlessness, jealousy, sense of arrogance, all being cleansed, purified. Flush out. Including the ignorance and selfish attitude, which are the root of all the delusion and suffering. Being completely cleansed, purified, flush out. Not one atom, trace of that is left. So again, as we recite a little bit, while we visualize again with more flow of nectar and light, receiving all the blessing of enlightened body, speech, mind, especially the blessing of enlightened mind. Om Tare Tu Re So. 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 So imagine, visualize your total convictions with that light and nectar, which is in essence those enlightened, compassionate wisdom energy, and receiving all the blessing of enlightened body, speech, mind, especially the mind, feeling whole our body. Every cell, every atom would feel of that. And filled with self-confidence, courageous, inner strength, of loving kindness, compassion, bodhicitta mind. Wisdom realizing emptiness. Incredible enthusiasm, energies to perform, help, benefit to other sentient beings. and all the spiritual realization of the Lamrim, the Sutra path, as well as Tantric path, filled with all of that. Then again, as we recite a little more, from the Om Ah Hum, as well as the Tam and the guidance of mantra, three colors, nectar and light flow, white, red, and blue, simultaneously, and interest oneself in cleansing and purifying all the negative karma, all the illness, negative karma, delusion, obscurations, especially all the obscurations, the subtle obscurations that are left by the imprint left by the delusion, that obscure from us being fully enlightened, omniscient. Which give rise to the appearance of truly existence of the objects, being completely cleansed and purified. Om Tare Tu Tare Ture Soha. 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 Imagine, visualize, cleansing, purifying, flushing all the illness and the potential for any future illness, all the negative karma, delusion, obscuration, being completely cleansed, purified, flushed away. Especially, the subtle obscurations. As well as, the ordinary appearance and grasping, being completely cleansed, purified, flushed out, without any trace, without any atoms left. You become completely like crystal clear. Crystal clear, like rainbow body, without any negativities, obscurations left. As we recite a little more, again, white light nether flow, receive all the blessing in body, speech, and mind, especially, the unifications, the practice of unifications, of the true truth, or the unification of the method and wisdom, receiving that. And and unifications of method and wisdom of normal learning of the Buddhas receiving that. Om Tare Tu Tare Tu Re Soha, 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 Om Tare Tu Tare Tu Re Soha. 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 Visualize and imagine with total conviction, receiving all the blessings of enlightened body, speech, and mind. And especially, all the spiritual realization, both Sutta, Tantra, especially the union of the wisdom and compassion, the union of the bliss and emptiness. And since each cells and atoms of our body filled with all these inner realization and qualities, you experience great bliss. On mental level, on physical sense level, sensory level, and try to feel that blissfulness. Then we can visualize the root guru dissolved into Ayatara. And then Mother Ayatara melt into the green light, which flow into yourself. Your body, the Guru's body, Idam's body, the Aryatara body become one, inseparable. Your speech, Guru's speech, Dedi Aryatara speech become one, inseparable. Your more subtle mind, Guru's mind, Idam Aryatara's mind become one, inseparable. All are merged into one. Try to feel that oneness, inseparable. the guru and yidam is not separate from your own subtle mind. It's manifestation, your own more subtle mind. No different from that. And with that, instantly, all your own conceptions of I or the self and all other phenomena are self-existing, their own conceptions, together with your dualistic mind and its view completely disappear. Completely, becoming completely empty. Not even a trace of them remain. And you can think how the self and all phenomena are merely, it exists merely on merely level. Nothing exists inherently, truly, totally empty of that. Truly existing inherent existence. Try to experience and rest that emptiness. Which is spacious, vast, profound. Concentrate one pointly to this empty state with a wisdom that is indistinguishably one with the Guru's that are blissful, omniscient mind. Then out of that emptiness, your wisdom relies on the emptiness, manifests instantly as for those who have, initiations, then instantly as Aryatara. Those who doesn't have initiations, then you can manifest as yourself in that form, but not the ordinary, normal self, but then kind of transform enlightened beings, but in the same similar form instead of Aryatara. Holy body seated upon a lotus and moon cushions. At my heart is another lotus and moon, upon which in the center stands a syllable thumb. Surrounded in a clockwise direction by the syllable of mantra Om Tare Tutare Ture Soha. The green thumb letter and the mantras are manifestation Guru Tara, Holy Spirit, with which my mind is totally united. Green light radiates from all the letters, spreading in all 10 directions. It purifies all the negative karma, gross delusion, subtle obscuration to omniscience of all sentient beings, which are surrounding with us. So while we keep that visualizations, then, we recite mantra a little more. Again, from the thumb and letter at your heart, sending in all 10 directions, and then, cleansing, purifying, flushing all the negative karma, delusion, obscuration of all sentient beings. Om Tare Tutare Ture Soha, 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 Om Tare Tutare Ture Soha. So with all light radiating on top of the edge of light as number of sentient beings, there's a small white tara, green tara, and from there, white light nectar flow, clean, purify all the illness, negative karma, delusion, obstacle, all sentient beings, completely, without any trace. Completely flush away, purify, cleanse. And as we recite more, we visualize, sending from rays of the light and from the tara on each top of each of the light, on top of each of sentient beings, flowing the more light nectar, and all of them receiving all the realization, enlightened body, speech, and mind, all the spiritual realization, and all of them become Mother Ayatara themselves. All of them transform into Mother Ayatara. So while keeping that visualization, Om Tare Tutare Ture Soha, 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 Om Tare Tu Tare Tu Re So. 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 And imagine, visualize all sentient beings has been transformed in the Mother Tara. All space is filled with Mother Tara. That we have lead them to the state of Mother Tara, fully awakened to the Mother Tara. And we can imagine and visualize, of all the rays and light with which we have sent all the Tara, all of them dissolve back into your heart. Now we visualize and imagine making offerings of drinking water, that washing, flowers, incense, light, perfume, food, music, all kinds of offering to all the sentient beings who have been achieved fully enlightened Samadhi Tara, and we make offering to all of them from your heart sending, the offering goddesses, and with that all offering goddesses making all this offering to all of them. Okay, so again that Om Tare Tu Tare Tu Re So. 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 And visualize, imagine all the offerings was accepted and experienced and develop great bliss and whiteness in the heart of each of those Mother Tara. Again, all the offering goddesses and rays of light dissolve into your heart. And you can visualize now all the enlightened beings are extremely pleased and shower down superlative qualities of Buddha's Tara, holy bodies, holy speech, holy mind, omniscient wisdom, supreme power, infinite compassion, in the form of great shower of light rays, and as again you recite the mantra, and then receiving all these blessings and observe into yourself and being blessed by this rain of enlightened bodies, blessing of body, speech, and mind. Om Tare Tu Tare Tu Re So. 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 So then you can imagine and visualize, all the taras, fill the whole space, all dissolve into yourself. At your heart. Again, all become one, inseparable. There is no Mother Tara you, and there is no Mother Tara others. They all are one. Is manifestations of one same essence. Okay, so then we'll do the dedication, page number 11. May I quickly become a Guru Arya Tara and lead each and every sentient being into that enlightened state because of this marriage. May the supreme jewel bodhicitta that is not arise and grow, and may that which arises not diminish but increase and more. So we do that prayer in Tibetan. Gewadi nyo do da jeman sanke gyo ne do shi chang ma le ba e sa la Chancho sencho rinpoche, ma ke pa na ke kyochi, ke wa nyam pa me pa yang, kong le kong tu ke wa yo, tong ye ta wa rinpoche, ma ke pa na ke kyochi, ke wa nyam pa me pa yang, kong le kong tu ke wa Kari rawe kore tenkande, pentan dewa manu chungwe ne, jele senwa tenzen jasoi, shabe sike patu tenkyo chi. With Lama Sopa Rinpoche's one, we changed the last verse instead of Shabden Sho, which means live long. We changed it to Newton Sho, means return swiftly. Tu tu chang xin chang gun jia wei, ten zin zhong pe wei kun so to ho zhi, cho song ku wei le mo tu du, pa da so du jie gun du niu zhen zhou. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Good evening. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good night, everyone.